So, hello guys. Very good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you
Okay,
are.
okay. So it's a Sunday morning, and hope everyone is safe at home. And so it's a very good start. Uh, and let's get started with our introduction. So the idea behind Null is about knowledge sharing, about sharing all the new aspects and new vulnerabilities, new techniques, any breach or any news regarding information security or hacking. So the basic idea was to share somewhere, like we actually used to meet offline, and then we used to share everything and we used to discuss. So basically, this is the idea behind starting Null, and promote and advance the security research. So that is what, like, what we do is we do some kind of research for a month, and then some of us present their new findings or something new they have learned in a month, and then they come up in the meetup and they present. So this is one of the idea, and to make infosec learning more fun. Okay, so we have CTFs, we have quiz, which we have recently started. This makes it more fun to learn about information security. Okay, so we are a non-profit organization which was started in 2010 in Pune, and everything in Null is free and open. Like, you just need to come and you just need to be present there to learn something. Now we also have online. Now we also have online meets, and so that is what it is. And then uh, and then there's no place for hate speech, piracy issue, or any unlawful activities. We do not also promote, or we don't allow anyone to do some like bullying or all those stuff. So we are trying to make it more a comfortable place for the big people who are newly getting into cybersecurity. So, Null meets take place every month, and in different cities, and now we also have different event event categories, like work. So we have workshops where there are different types of workshop which we organize, and it is completely based on the availability of the the champion who is willing to take all those workshops. So these are the hands-on workshop we conduct, which is again for free. One is Hamla, Bachav, and Pulya. So there are three types of workshops we do. Hamla is totally based on offensive security. Bachav is totally based on defensive security, and Pulya is short skill bridging. So the people who are newly into cybersecurity and information security, this Null Pulya is for the people, like the things which are required to get started with information security or cyber security. So we have workshops for those people. Next is we have portal null.co.in, where we host our all the events, and we also host uh, presentations and all videos as well. So you can go there and you can check archive section, where all the meetups happened previously. The presentations have been uploaded there, and you can simply click on the presentation and get you can download it or you can view it online. Okay, you can also see that what are the upcoming events, and you can also check out that what all uh, null chapters are there in India and outside. So we also have mailing list. So all the announcement and all the discussion has been done on the mailing list. uh, You can find the link of the mailing list on null.co.in. So this is one of the again very good initiative by Null, which is jobs.null.co.in, where you can post, if you are an employer, you can post your job requirements on jobs.null.co.in. And if you're seeking for jobs, you can also um, upload your presentation. Sorry, upload your resume there, and you can apply for that particular job. So, who is a Null community member? So, the people who are associated with Null and the people who are supporting us, we also consider people who come and present, who also join us in the discussion. We also consider them as community members because they are also contributing to the community. And okay, so these are the highlights for 2018. Like more than 120 events happened all across all the Null chapters. Nearly 245 speakers presented, and 4,000 people attended the meet and workshop around the year of 2018. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So Null Bhopal took two full day workshop on Linux and cybersecurity. Null Ahmedabad also had CTF challenge and solve and all the solutions post meetup. Okay. Initiative like there, Let There Be Fresh Blood and Mission Secure Chandigarh was led by Null Chandigarh for students and people to spread information security awareness. And so where we are headed to, we are headed towards a increasing number of chapters and participation in the community. Like people are more and more contributing to the community. Increased collaboration among various communities to help information security. So to promote information security, there are more and more collaboration with the different communities and different organizations. They are supporting them. And so there are also mentoring students. So we are also mentoring students from colleges and universities. So people individually who are coming up to Null, they also mentor students from colleges and universities as per their own availability. More meeting formats. So we have more meeting formats such as quiz, we have CTF, and again different kinds of events. And also we have as you know, like we have started recording and live streaming the events. So yeah, so these are few organizations which are supporting us: Citrix, Sophos, Adobe, Airtel, OpenText, Progress Softwares, Institute for Technical Education in Bhopal, Directiplex, Emirates, Payatu, and KPN. So these are few of the organizations which are supporting us. And we are thankful to these organizations. And there are many more which are not listed over here. Okay, and a big shout out to the other communities: Garage for Hackers is Info, OAS chapters, DEFCON groups, InfoSec Girls, and few others. And a note of thanks to all the chapter leaders and organizations and institutes which are supporting us for conducting all these meetups for free. And we are not taking any fees or anything from the people who are attending. And even these organizations are supporting us and providing us all the venue and all these things for free. And all the volunteers who are volunteering, who volunteer for hours for this community. So a note of thanks to all of them. And yes, thank you. This was the introduction. This is the introduction. And um, so yeah, so hope you enjoy today's meetup. And yeah, so let's get started with our first first talk, which is by Mr. Ravi Kumar. So I would please suggest him, like I would suggest to start. So let's get started. Hello.
Yeah, Jaimin here. Hi. So actually, we had our first session on making reverse engineer fun, but we had some last minute issues. So we are working on that. So with this condition, our first session will be OWASP A1 injection Adhyay 1 by Ravi Kumar Pagdal. So before I hand over to him, let me just introduce Ravi. So he's a senior manager at NetSquare Solutions Private Limited. He manages a team of analysts and team of managers too. His expertise varies from web, mobile, network, source code review, and very high level architecture review. He has recently published a paper on pen testers mindset. I recommend everyone to go there and just read it because he strongly believes that every part of request is vulnerable. So that's my personal recommendation. I would request Ravi Kumar to share his screen and please start the presentation.
Hello.
Yes, Ravi, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so you can find me on Twitter, Ravi Ramesh.
Yeah, there is some disturbance coming in.
That's fine.
A little better, but still there.
Okay. That's fine.
No, we are still getting the disturbance.
Hello. I hope it's
Yeah, let's start.
okay. So let's start with my introductions. I'm senior manager at NetSquare. I'm also director and trainer. You can find me on Twitter, Ravi Ramesh. So So I'll present on OWASP A1 injection. So you can say you can find the injection in SQL, MySQL queries, OS, LAP injections, and you can occur when untrusted data when sent to interpreter and as a part of command or query. So let's start with attack vector. What is the attack vector? So you can find injection anywhere in environment variable, parameters, external and internal web services, and all types of users interacted communication. So injections flow occur when attacker can send hostile data to an interpreter. Security weaknesses, so you can find injection flow in particular like a code, like in injections headers. You can find in this kind of injection in SQL queries, LDAP queries, XPath queries, SQL queries, OS commands, XML parser, SMTP headers, expression languages, and ORM queries as well. So you can just need to fuzz or scan into particular parameter or headers, you can easily find such kind of injections. And what is the impact? So through that injections, you can results like data loss, corruption of data, disclosure and unauthorized parties, and loss of accountability and denial of access as well. Uh, Okay, so we'll cover in day one is OM1 injections, code injection, and server side include injection. We will cover in Ajay 2 SQL injection, NoSQL injection, and ORM injection. ORM injection covers Hibernate query language injections, Java persistent query language injection, JPQL injection, DQL injection. We'll cover in J3. So we'll cover in SSJI, CRLF injection, IMAP injection, SMTP injection. In a J4, LDAP injection, XPath injection, hosted injection. In a J5, expression language injection covers the object graph navigation language injection. We'll cover also in server side template injection. And in a J6, XML injection and XSLT injection. We divide in 6 parts. So let's start with the first adhyay. It covers OS command injection, code injection, and server side include. So in OS command injection, you can inject or attacker can inject and execute operating system commands. In code injection, attacker can inject the code and code will interpreted and executed by the application itself. You can say it's code injection. In SSI, SSI is a directive to present a web application used to load dynamic content of the HTML page. So through that, you can achieve the command injection in SSI injection itself. So what is OS command injection? So all you know, if you able to execute OS command on the server side, so you can consider it's a OS command injection, right? So I need to first clear the OS command injection and remote code execution is not same. So in OS command injection, you can cover only, you can put only command, OS command, and it's execute on the server side. Whenever in code injection, that you put your own code and it will execute on the server side and executed by application itself. So you can say that it's remote code execution. So OS command injection and remote code execution is totally different. So let's one example, attacker can send their OS command like slipfy and some ID command to the application, and application sends the command to the server side. And in server, through OS command, you can compromise the full system and get a full system access. Through system access, you can access the database server and app server admin application as well. And if you get the application server and itself, you can search full network traffic and whole network scan. Through network scan, you can find the local network assets, and if they implement the AD server and domain controller in network, you can also fire the AD commands through the network itself. So where you may find the command injection. So let's start with black box. Like if the application is built based on ARM device like Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and it's based on a programming language like anywhere like Go language, PHP, Node.js, or may occur the application written because it's various application implemented through web application. You can find operating system like Windows, Linux, and Unix itself. You can find OS command injection in network printers because printer have its own web console and printer firmware. You can find OS command injection in IoT device as well. So enterprise cameras, routers all have a web console and firmware itself. And you can find OS command injection in medical device. So device controllers and web console available for every majority medical devices. So let's start with OS command injections. Once user or attacker passes the unsafe user supplied data, it's everywhere like cookie, HTTP headers, parameters, and you can get OS command injection or system cell. So you can consider is a OS command injection. So there is a two types of OS command injection. First is a result based injection. So in result based, there is a two type of, again subtypes of. First is a classic result based command injection. It involves a cell sock. Third is a you can cover your data or attack on data using leak your data using ICMP exfiltration, and you can leak data using DNS exfiltration as well. And second type is a dynamic code evaluation based. Yeah, you can say eval based execution. So majority eval based execution covers in code injection itself, but sometime in code injection you not found any system function or OS command injection. So you can consider is a only code execution. And if you execute OS command, so you can consider is a result based dynamic code evaluation. And second type is a blind command injection. So in blind command injection, again there is a two separate sub types. First is a time based blind OS command injection, and second type is a file based. It's called semi blind, and temporary file based. It's also semi blind injection. So let's start with the result based command injection. So regularly you observe, you put some ID command and any command, and response itself display your command output, right? So you can find your result of the injected command through your response. So we can consider it's a result based command injection. So there is two types of classic result based and dynamic code evaluation. So first, let's start with the classic result based injection. So attacker make use of several common operators like it's concatenate initial genuine command with the injected one, and uh, the second type is exclude the initial genuine command and execute your payload. So in Windows and Unix system, there is a separator is common like AND sign, double AND, pipeline, and double pipeline. In Unix-based system, you can put more two separator, colon and new line character. And Unix-based system also like backtick and dollar character to perform inline execution. So I have put one example: echo hello username is ID. So let's highlight it. I have mentioned the hello username and backtick ID. It means when this command is executed, then first it's executed by inline command. Its first ID is executed and it will append your output to hello username is. It's similar. You can put a dollar character like dollar and in bracket ID. So ID command will first execute and append with hello username is. So classic result-based command injections in first, when you send your command, dir, who am I, and different vector using a pipeline, double pipeline, and backtick. So if server is Windows based, you can consider as a pipeline command, and it will display the output. And if it is Linux based, there are several and sign, double and, colon also supported, and backtick, that's dollar, and pipeline again. So you can consider the difference in Windows and Linux itself. So the second type is a cell song. So it's a base bug, base cell bug. So based on the CWE, the definition is a GNU based to 4.3 processor trailing the string. So in sort once it's set environment variable, so which allows the remote attacker to execute arbitrary code via crafted environment variable and demonstrated vector in force command features in open SSHD and mode CGI or mode underscore CGID module in Apache as well as HTTP server. So I have put some example. If you set environment variable, so during the environment variable, you can break the string and you can execute your command as well. So you can send CGI bin repository, you can send user agent in such manner. So let's same example how it's work. Like if I am user, I'm sending my user agent to the application server, and application server say to base, can you remember that? So base always say that like, okay, I will remember that you are using the Chrome 81, but as an attacker, I'm sending the user agent string with some evil command. So server send that same command to base cell and say, can you remember that? So that cell say, okay, I'll remember that you are using the Chrome 81, and whatever you pass in do evil, it will execute it. So third portion is ICMP exfiltration, how to data leak using ICMP packet. So all you know that ping utility use the ICMP packet, right? And ping utility have a -p options to send a pattern of 16 byte to fill out the packet. Okay, so you can send some packet through your injection. Suppose if you send OS command injection to the server and server not respond at all, or server not displays the output, so that time you need to leak data using such kind of technique. You can say out of band technique, or you can say there's a result based technique also. So let's consider one example. So okay, let's start. I have created one listener Python script. It will listen the ICMP protocol, and I start the Python script. So I execute some ls command. It not displays result. I have also put the ls-la. It's not display any result on the web page. So I will create some ICMP based payload. So its payload similar to I first execute some command OS command, and it's passed to the XXD. It will convert into 16 byte line, and it will read the data and ping using -p options and send to the server. So I'll put my server IP in particular ping command, append with a ping command, and loop is going on, and when I enter, my server listens the ICMP packet and you got the ls-la command output. Okay. Let's going with cat etc passwd. So once you execute this command, you can receive the ICMP packet, and it displays on your server side. Okay. So this is ICMP based exfiltration. Let's start with the DNS exfiltration, how you leak your data using DNS. So that similar way using ping, that you need to just set up your DNS server. So in victim machine, you need to execute your command, which consider is a 63 character OS command, because DNS its own limitation in subdomain part. In pipeline through, you read the whole data, and just using host command, you send your data to burp collaborator. So you can consider as a like different manner you can execute your OS command and convert into base 64, but you wrap it out your output into 63 character, read data and send to the attacker machine. So let's start with one example. I have opened my burp collaborator, and similar manner I execute ls command. There is no output on the response. I execute some script like a 63 character OS command and while loop. I just paste it out. In this manner, you need to make sure your command output is less than 63 or 63 character. So I use the uname. Uname always send your machine name. So I put my burp collaborator URL and just hit enter. It will execute, and you find DNS call, and you find this as a subdomain name is a Linux. So I can leak my data using DNS injection. What if my file contain more than 63 character? Okay, so there is a one more options. So I also say like domain label must start with a letter and end with a letter or digit. And based on the RFC 1035, the label must be 63 character or less. So I created one victim command, your OS command, and wrap using a 63 character base 64, and read your data and passes host command. I use hyphen W0 means it's only one time resolution. There's no wait, and I put attacker IP as here. On attacker side, you need to execute tsar and listen the UDP port 53, and some put your filter DNS query type is equal to 1 and DNS flag response is equal to 0. Let's give an example. So this is my server, and if similar manner, if you execute command, there is a no output. So on the server side, you put tsar to read the UDP packet, and you just put your DNS command. Like I use the cat etc passwd using my uh, DNS exfiltration. Just I enter, and you can see that every line have a two-time repetition, because whenever host command is executed, if once time fail, it will try once again. So you can find the two-time repetition. So you can overcome using my second command tcp dump. I put some grep and awk script up and using some kind of substring and length and previous line. So it will reduce your burden into two-time repetition. But you need to just wait to process the whole stuff using TCP dump. I just hit the enter using the second command, and you need to just wait to receive the all collect all command, and it displays the base 64 in chunks of 63 character. Once your loading is completed, just copy paste this output and just base 64 decode using base 64-d for decoding, and you can find the whole output using DNS filtration. Okay. Let's move to the dynamic code evaluation. So many language put for the particular operation, they use the eval function. And eval function, you can put your own code and execute your OS command. So if I send some malicious command will be executed on the server side, and I consider one example in Python. So whenever I put my input, it will put it into eval function. So this is a short OS specific Python code to just displays the eval function. So once I send some os.system command and put my OS command in it, so I can find out the DNS query. So my command will be executed using the eval function. So every language its own eval function, and you need to just figure out what is the eval function and how to pass the specific system or specific syntax, how to build a syntax and execute your OS command. So second type is a blind command injection. So blind command injections is nothing but your command is executed on the server side, but you have no any way to retrieve directly your output. So you can say your payload is executed on the server side, but you can find any way. So that time you need to find this kind of blind injection. So there is a two types of blind injection is there: time-based blind and the file-based blind. So in time-based blind, attacker can attack and inject the payload and execute command that involves and introduce using time delay. Okay. So in this case, you can find the time delay, but not any output. So I can say response in output, you can't find any response output. You can find a delay with sleep. Yes, you will find the response with the delay. ICMP packet, maybe you can't find the ICMP pattern. Maybe you can't find a DNS result problem. So we need to create such kind of command, like if I'm using a cut -c1, it will return first character of the string. If I use the cut -c2, it will return the second character of string. What if I put cut -c1 and pipeline to tr? So if I put a trxy and it match with the first character with x, if it's matched, then it return y. So if I use the who am I and my user is root, so I pipeline into using the cut, so it will get a first character r, and I'm using a TR-A5. It means it match R with A. If not right, so it return my actual result R. If it match, then it returns 5. Okay. So in this second case, R is matched, so it returns 5. In third case, my second character O, so TR it will return a 5. So I made some command like sleep, or actually your OS command, just cut -c and whatever character you want to get, pipeline with TR, whatever character sequence you match, and if it's matched, how much time you want to sleep. So let's one demo. I just find out one OS command in CMD parameter. It's reflected, but it's not display the output. So I put sleep 5. So once I send this request, server delay with 5 seconds, you can easily identify using 5 to 28 milliseconds. So result is confirmed. You here is a OS command injection. So you need to just build some command to get data using sleep function. Okay. So I use uname function for getting the username uname. Pipeline cut -c1. I just put a URL encoding in it. just send to the intruder because we need to brute force some position and character itself. So you need to just select the first position of the character and this character sequence, what you were to match. So I just select the first position and the character sequence in tier. Just put in first position, we need to add a number. So zero number is not possible, so remove the zero. And you need to just attack type as a cluster bomb because we need to brute force on second position as well. So in this case, you need to just put A to Z capital and small because we don't know the output character sequence. So just I add A to Z and start the attack. Position is already set. Yes. You need to just display the response received or response completed. Just sort out the response, and if it delay with more than 500 millisecond, 5,000 millisecond, so you can mapping with payload position. The first payload position is the L, fourth one U, fifth one X. So once you merge the position, you can find the output using a totally blind. Okay, let's move into another file-based technique. I can consider it a semi-blind because we need to check and we need to find the writable directory. So once you execute your command, you need to put those command output into some directory, and you need to write or you need to find which is accessible to the attacker. So I'm using the greater than operator to append my or put my content or output into some file. So let's start with one example. You can consider is a second order injection. If you put your command here, you know can't able to display the command output in the same page, but you need to put your output into some different file which is accessible to the attacker. So I just put my file and write file in uname.txt, which is accessible in the same domain. So if I open the uname.txt, so you can find the output of the server. So if I want to some cat etc password file, you can use the similar manner, and you need to just check that same file uname.txt and just refresh the page. You can find output of the file, right, out of the command. So let's move. Temp file based technique. In temp file based technique, nothing but if you not found any way to write your file, or you can consider like your server is running with a different user and different user not have permission to write a file in where www directory. So you can put your file in temp directory or where temp directory, and you read the file using a sleep command, using blind OS command injection. So this technique called the temp file based technique. Okay, it's nothing but some you need to just bypass this limitation and attacker apply to time-based command injection and read the file of content. So there's a combination of two different techniques like file, put the file and read the file using the blind OS command injection. Some bonus exploitation using netcat. You can use in backtick. Backtick directly execute your command first, and you can cat file and pipe to netcat, and you just netcat to particular server with a different port. Using curl, yes, if curl is available on the server side, you can use curl hyphen capital F, and you put your file into post data. Just get a file and pipe to the curl, and using bulk collaborator, you can leak your data. Using wget, in similar manner, wget provide the hyphen post hyphen data parameter to send post data. you just put a value parameter, and in bracket I'm using the dollar sign to execute my command. If I put a cat etc past stability, it's first consider cat your file and send to the bulk collaborator server using post manner. Once you find your server is running on Windows machine, but you can't find the wget, curl, or netcat file on the server side, so you can use the net.exe. It's the default exe provided by Windows. So you just set up your SMB server on attacker side and use the drive mapping, and you need to just copy paste using a command, and you leak your data. Like I'm using the net.exe use, and r colon means it's mount r drive, and uh, copy c colon windows win.ini file to r drive. So once you mount the drive in your side, you can find the win.ini file. So you can leak source code and whatever file you want, just put and copy paste your file into the mounted directory, and just mount same directory in your side. Using telnet, also if telnet binary is available, you can execute this command and data leak using telnet, and you need to just read using netcat, just -l-p, and whatever port you mention in telnet, just mention the port and you can find the output. Okay, so in last portion of the OS command injection, you can use your own technique. It's not limited to those only technique. You can use the PowerShell to send your data. If you best in PowerShell, you can create your own command. If you master in burp, you can use the burp collaborator or different manner of the burp, using a different manner of burp. Metasploit also provides many utility to leak data. If you use Docker, if you use DNS query, DNS based leak. Also, sometimes application have its own firewall, application level or organization level. So you can leak data using firewall also, some kind of FTP server, if it's a file-based operation, or I can say doc file, PPT file operation. You can leak data using those files also. Linux have many utility to send data and execute command. So you can use your own technique to leak the data. Okay, let's move to the second point, code injection. So in general terms, attacker send its own code to server, and server will interpret it or execute that particular code. Okay, so as per definition, attacker is only limited by the functionality of the injected language itself. If you put the Python language or server running on the Python, you can just put only Python language. If an attacker is able to inject particular code, particular language code, okay, into the application, and it's how it's executed, is only limited to by whatever language is capable of. So I give one example. So there are many languages available in web application manner. So attacker send some request or code injection in different language, and server will involve such kind of function like eval function, include function, and our code will pass in such kind of function like in eval, in include. So once that type of function involve our injected code, it will execute on server side. So you can consider it as a code injection. So using code injection, you can perform several operations like file operation and whatever types of operation provided by language capability. So I start with the Python code injection. So suppose if you send some code to the server, and server will interpret it or execute your code. So for example, the particular eval function in Python used for the parsing expression argument. For example, if I put evaluate is equal to input for the input data, and I just use the print function for display the expression, and just type of evaluate. So first it asks for the specific uh, expression. I use the x plus 862 plus 100 minus 35. It's for the just identification. Okay, and it's type of string. If I use the x is equal to 10 and the type of x, it displays its integer type. So if you check, the first expression is the types of string, and my second x is equal to 10 is types of integer. But if I put the evaluate in eval function and print the expression, it resolves the string and integer, and uh, resolution of the specific numerical operation. It performs the mathematical expression and displays the output. Similar matter, suppose if your application is built on Python based application, and it getting cookie C1 in this manner, like get cookie C1 and store in value in cookie variable, and later on it's passes on eval function, okay, and it displays the output. So you can find the Python code injection in Burp. Burp use eval functionality like eval and compile for x in range 1 and colon. It's import the time function for the delay and use the time dot sleep for 20-second delay. So once this command is executed, or this code is executed on the server side, it will delay on 20 seconds, and you can easily identify the Python based code injection. Okay, so what's the other? If your application is built on Python 2.7, you can use this expression or this payload. So like print, this is a Python eval interpreted output. It displays the only, this is a Python eval interpreted output string. So you can consider this a Python based injection. If you pass the exit function and application is stopped, then you can consider the Python based event, and you can put some base expression. Also, you can put some file operation like file etc pass w.read. If you pass this our payload, Python payload, you can find a response right in a specific file operation. There is a many operation if it's directly not involve the file operation, because if it's not import file operation, file library, so you can import the file input and use the input function in the this manner, underscore so import underscore in square bracket file input and dot use the input function. Similar manner, if you import OS library and use the system function, you can able to execute your OS command. Okay, there is another manner if it's only involve but not print, so you can use the print function to those commands output. If it's occurs some error and not displays or display the 500 pages, you can put such kind of try catch block and some catch warning, and in catch you can catch the output. And there is another way to catch warning in a different manner, like this is for the first interpretation, and the second part is for reading file and some execute some OS command. In such manner, if above payload is not work, you can consider like module built-in function and put the same looping in another manner. Okay, you can so like different command, it displays the same output. You can use the different payload to identify such kind of Python based code execution or code injection. What if they use the Python 3? So in Python 3, it's a slightly different. Like if I want to list out whole directory, so you can use the CT slash and Python local Python server. So in previous manner, you can use the Python-m simple HTTP server, okay, but in HTTP Python 3, you can use the Python 3-m and the HTTP server. This payload for 2.7 Python 2.7 to run or open the local server, but you can use the Python 3-m HTTP server for the Python 3 payload, and you can consider these commands slightly different from syntax as syntactically different from Python 2.7. Let's move to the Ruby code injection. So Ruby have its own eval function to dynamically build a new Ruby code based string. So you can consider like my variable, my input is stored in some variable. Like my input is a system, and in bracket bean cat, and second argument is the passability. And later on the server side, it's evaluate in the eval function. So it's similar. It will execute my command using this binary. So you can say send the output. If there's some restriction implemented on the system command, you can perform several operations using file.open or different manner. Like I just puts it similar to print. You can use the puts and use the file.open using the file read, and you can use the read function. Once it's involved in eval operation, it will display your output. Okay, so you can perform a different operation using Ruby code injection. You just need to learn Ruby operation, and you can say you just need to learn how to code in Ruby. In Perl, there is two types of eval. There's the eval expr and eval block. So in expression, expr executes it is a very little Perl program, and in block you can put your own block code block in Perl. So I just use the expr. So I use exec and pass some command, execute command, and once it's eval in eval function, it will execute it in the Perl. Similar manner, you can use the system function also to execute command in Perl. So if you want to some file-based operation, you can use the open function, open method to read etc passability, and using the print $_ using read the particular file. In PHP code injection, you can find the eval and include function. So in similar manner, once you send system function with some command, once they implement eval, and eval is pass your output and displays the command output. Similar, you can use fread and fopen method to read the file, and you can use the echo command to print the output on the PHP page. Similar manner, if my parameter involves in eval function, you can send some system command and some kind of internal PHP function, and it will execute on the page, and it displays output in the page. In same manner, code injection, you can use your own technique in Go, in Ruby and Dart language, in JS pure Java, in PHP, in Perl, in Python, or several more languages, R and the Node.js, ER language, C#. So you need to just identify the language, application language, just identify the single line code injection or build a code injection payload, and put everywhere in header and parameter. We never know where the implementation or that's involved, right? Just 1 minute. Okay. So let's move. Okay. Third part is the server side include. So SSI is nothing but it's a directive to present web application to feed some kind of HTML or dynamic content. They are similar to CGIs, or expect SSI are used to execute some action before current page is loaded. So you can say like I'm requesting to the server for index.shtml, htm or shtm page, and server identify there is an index.html present, but code itself there's a 3 line. First is include file header.html. Second is it's involve the first header.html involved in this page. Second, execute some CGI script, login.cgi. It's input the CGI script into particular page. And last portion is a footer.html. So my HTML page include only 3 lines, but involve the different manner, or involve the HTML file, CGI script, or different pages, right? Mentioned in this particular page. So I can say many my colleagues say there is a older injection you can't find in the latest system, but it's not true, because Apache, Lightspeed, Nginx, IIS, as well as W3 Zixo are supported SSI. So you can find a latest version of Apache. It also supports server side include. Nginx server also supported SSI. You can say that like latest version of IIS 10 also supports server side include, and Lightspeed also supports the server side include. So you never know when developer involves such kind of server side include in particular page, and your input involves in such case. So what is the syntax? So syntax is similar to HTML comment, but whenever it's involved in SSI processing. So first part is a directive, second part is a parameter, what you want in particular parameter like file, CGI, variable, and some parameter value. So directory are placed like such of HTML content. So if it's not executed or not unable, you can find on the HTML page, right? You need to search on the in page source, and if you find such kind of directives, it means it's involved or it's written in the particular page. So once you use the include directives, so you can use the parameter as a file or virtual, and you put your CGI script or HTML script or text script, whatever you want, you just add include and such file. Second manner is exec. So using exec, you use as a parameter CGI or CMD. If you want to execute some CGI script and some command, so you can use the parameter as CGI and CGI script, or if you want to execute some command, you use the CMD is equal to parameter value as your command output. Sometimes you want to print your user agent, some last modification, or kind of accept headers or your IP address. So that time you use some echo directives, and as a parameter is where and your specific echo directives values. Print environment. So it displays name itself. It describes print environment variable, user defined variables. And the F size or fast mode, it displays the file size, and you can flash more of this particular file. There is many directory available. You can find on the server side include link Wikipedia or different depend on this what is server involves. If it's involve IIS server, you need to just go to the Microsoft site and find the server side include page. So my first example, if I put my server displays my first name and last name, and if I put some directive like exec and cmd is equal to k to execute my cat command, so in result you can find the result of the cmd function in the second page. So you can put or you can achieve the OS command injection using server side include as well. Okay, so let's Pratham Adhyay Samap. And if you have any question, you can put a question in the live stream. I will question the answer in live stream as well. after this finish the session. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I stop my screen share.
Thank you, Ravi. Very nicely explained.
Thank you.
Hello. So thank you, Ravi. It was a great session, and give me a second. I'll be back. Just a minute. So we are up with our next session by Malav. Uh, Malav, handing it over to you.
So until Malav sets it up, let me introduce Malav first. So hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. So before Malav sets it up, let me introduce him. Malav is basically reversing and binary exploitation enthusiast, and he is an active contributor to Null Ahmedabad. He has been speaker at various events in the infosec, and he has published an paper titled "Pressing Importance of IoT Security" in the Digital Forensic Journal, edition of February 2020. So I would request Malav to present his topic. Today he is going to present on making reverse engineering fun. Over to you, Malav. I think Malav has accidentally disconnected. Let's wait for him to join back.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. Can you guys see my screen right now?
Not yet.
No.
Okay, just a second. Yeah, is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, let's get started. I think there is some issue. Okay, so I'm going to present today on making reverse engineering fun. So yeah, let's get started. Reverse engineering is the process of extracting the knowledge or design blueprints from anything man-made. And in computer science, it is a process of disassembling or decompiling the binary code of computer program for various purposes. So this is the definition. But if you want to understand what is happening here, so consider this: you have a cycle. You bought a cycle from a market, and you want to understand how this cycle is working. You what can you do? You just grab the screwdriver and try to disassemble. You try to open all the screws there is to untwist and take out all the parts. We are just doing that with the computer binary. That would be computer reversing. I mean, computer program reversing. Where can we use this reverse engineering? We can use this in cracking any paid program legally or illegally. We can use that same into malware analysis to find out how we can extract the decryption key of a typical ransomware or analyze the behavior of a malware. You can use reverse engineering to analyze the vulnerability, find 0 days, or you just want to recover the source code of your old program. Make sense? Yeah. So there are few layers for a computer, and we are going to reverse the program on the assembly level. We write the program on high level with languages, like programming languages like C, C++, so on. When we disassemble the program or decompile, we get the assembly code and we analyze to get what we want. First, we need to understand a few things. There are several registers. No need to worry about that. In high-level languages, C, C++, we have variables. But when we get onto the system level, we have registers which works as variables, kind of. There are several types of registers. General, segment, pointer. You can see that.
Malav, just a minute. Can you increase your resolution a little?
Okay.
It's not full view right now. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Better. Okay. So there are types of registers: general, segment, pointer. I have written here, but you don't need to remember everything. So registers EX, EDX used to store data before you can call a syscall. Syscall is just like a function. There are other registers like EIP, eFlex, segment registers. You don't need to worry about that right now. What is EIP? EIP contains the address of the next instruction which is going to be executed. So EIP tells the CPU on which instruction should be executed next. So if we want to modify which instruction should be executed next, we should be able to control this EIP. And what is eFlags? EFlags are just common flags, 1 bit, which contains value 0 or 1, which can just specify if this contains something yes or no, just simple yes or no questions answer. Flags like zero flags and everything, we will get into that. Instructions, move, add or jump, they tell CPU what to do. Okay, like if you have an instruction of move ex edx or move 2 into ex, what would it do? It would just move value 2 or whatever you have specified into the destination. Same way add, or these are the instructions. You CPU, you tell CPU what to do next with this instruction. Yeah, you can manage the control flow. So in general C language, you use for loop, if else, and but here you can use a bunch of combination of jump and compare and test. So what is jump instruction? Jump instruction simply tells the CPU on which line to go. So currently, if your CPU is executing the line number 5, the jump instruction will tell the CPU to go to line 10 with JMP 10. Okay. Same way, compare instruction. It is different, but what it does, it just compares two registers and stores the output in flags. So let's just say you are comparing one with two, one number with two number. So you will write CMP 1 2. If both are same, if both are same, it will set the zero flag as one. Okay. What it does, it just performs simple subtraction. It will minus one from two, and if our output is zero, it will set the flag to zero, which would mean that both are same. Okay. So from that, this instruction like jump if not zero or if jump if zero, we will get into that. Yeah, stack manipulation, push pop. No need to worry about that right now. This NOP instruction, which will tell CPU to not don't do anything, just wait idle. Okay, two types of code. I'm sure you everyone knows about that. Native code, which directly performs operation on CPU, and interpreter, which interpreter drives to perform operations on CPU. Okay, okay, and yeah, there are several tools we use in reversing disassemblers, debuggers, hex editors, decompilers. So disassemblers takes the machine language codes from the binary you specify and tries to generate assembly code. Okay, and we can read assembly code a little better than simple machine language codes. Okay, you can use debuggers. You can just see if you have assembly code, lines and lines of assembly code. Once you start executing, the CPU will execute until the end of the program. Okay, but what debugger does is they provide you a functionality of executing one line at a time. You can execute one line at a time. You can modify contents, and you can analyze result after one line. Text editors, you can just take the dump of this binary file and just like you would edit a simple notepad file. Okay, decompilers, you revert the source code. So if you have compiled in C, uh, you will get the C source code to some extent, like Git does. I haven't prepared much with PPT because I wanted to invest in demo. Okay, let's get into it. Yeah. Is my screen visible right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. So we will try to modify this program. Just a simple dialog. Okay. dialog as mean. It doesn't show anything. We use simple debugger. Ignore this and okay, this is a debugger, and yeah, uh, I don't think if text is visible or not. So debugger has paused our program at its starting. Okay, just a second. It has paused the execution at the start. Okay, and this is a simple debugger. You can see the values of registers at this right portion. Okay,
Malav, if you can just increase the font size.
okay. Maybe will this work?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So on the right we have registers. Okay, which is simple as we explained before. It just shows the value of registers in real time. As program is paused at the start of its, we have a value of registers after initialization of the program. Okay, so this is the disassembly. Every instruction disassembled, we can set the breakpoint over here, and you can analyze the memory dump over here. Okay, this is what we need right now. So we press F9 to make the program run. Okay, options, get text, or whatever those. Now restart and search for all reference text. Oh, I forgot to explain what we want to do here. Okay, so here we want to change this dialog as admin, dialog as main. Okay, we want to change this to something else. Okay, yes, this is only debug, and we want to change that. So ASCII dialog as main following this assembler, dialog as main following the selection. Dialog, we now select some the string we want to replace by holding mouse and cyclic binary edit. Okay. Dialog as admin. Now F9 to run. Dialog as admin. Okay. So this was just to explain simple portion. Now we can get into some serious stuff. This is the simple program which will ask for serial number, and it will check enter serial. That serial is incorrect. We don't want incorrect serial. We want this to be right. Okay. So what we can do, we can just open that debug. It is paused at the start. So in most of the programs, while you reference the strings, you can get most of the details out of the strings, and you can just analyze what caused those strings. Okay, and search for reference strings. This is the string which hurt us the most. And incorrect. Okay, I got the part where it is incorrect. This is the jump instruction, G and Z, and here gray line means that it would not, CPU would not take this path. Okay, and this is the red, which means that it will. So we need to analyze instruction before that. As we said before, this instruction, jump instruction, J and Z instruction checks for the flag. Okay, zero flag, and which is set to 1, and will take the jump accordingly. So after executing this instruction, it would check if it's 0. If it's not 0, it will jump to this, and which just executes this serial is incorrect. Okay. Same way, there are a bunch of instruction like CMP and change. So we can say that there should be some work with this. So we can just set a breakpoint. Yes, F2 to press the break to set the breakpoint. So F2 will just stop the execution right before executing this specific instruction. So it will execute everything before this CMP instruction and just stop this execution at this. Okay. Yeah. Um, this jump directly takes us to incorrect. Okay, so we do not want this. Okay, this is just a simple comment. Same way, this second jump also takes us to this serial is incorrect. And also this third one. Okay, we have set all these breakpoints, and now F9 to start register, and we are entering enter serial. Now you can see execution is paused at this instruction of compare. We can press F9 to execute this CMP instruction. Okay, this CMP is executed, and now JNZ instruction needs to be executed. Okay, so you can see this here. CMP instruction has set this to 0. Okay, which means that it was right. Now we take F9 and let's see where it takes us. This serial is incorrect. Okay, now restart, search for reference strings. Correct. Okay, all the breakpoints are set. We don't need this. Now run. Do not want this one. Okay, but you can see this Z is 0, and if we let the CPU execute this instruction, it would directly go to this. The serial is incorrect. So we can just change the value of 0 like to 1. Okay. Now the red line is turned to gray, which means that this instruction, this jump will not be taken. Okay. Now F9. Again, another jump instruction, another red line means it is going to be executed, followed. Change the jump, zero flag, which is Z. Again, F9, another jump, another zero, and we can see this. This jump will take it right past to incorrect. Okay, so we want that to be followed. F9, and yeah, that serial is correct. Okay, but there is a problem. Okay, we don't want to do this every time we want to execute this program. Okay, so we need to find exactly what was the serial. You can suggest we first remove all this breakpoints. Okay, there is a command, a call to directly get DLG item text A. Okay, uh, which is Windows function, Windows Win API function, Win32 API function, which will get the text from the dialog. Okay, yeah, we have provided input in a dialog. Okay, so it gets something from this and moves. It gets something from this function and moves that into EBX. Okay, and perform some operations on it. Let's see. Register, enter serial. So if our hypothesis is right, EBX should have value of this. F9 to continue. Now it will move that to EBX. EBX is modified. Okay, so it contains the value. So now, what is BL? BL is the lower part of EBX. This instruction just compares BL with 61. What is 61, you ask? 61 is 61 is simple A in hex. So CPU is going to compare BL with A. Same way you can see that after jump and operations, moving some portion of that to EBX again, it is going to compare BL with 62. You can follow them, which is B, same way C. Okay, so it is comparing our input serial with E, B, and C. So if we want it, we can just exit this. We don't need that right now because we found serial. Register B, and C. That serial is correct. Okay. So yeah, that was it. And now we can move to third. It takes user and serial both. Check. It doesn't work. As always, we can call this to help. F9 to run. Check. Okay. Give me at least 4 letters. So we know that we want username to something more than 4 characters. Check. So serial doesn't match. So we can see that there are test cases with both user and serial. User should be greater than 4, greater than or equal to 4, and then serial, which should match. Uh, what is provided in the program. Okay, restart and search for strings. We don't want this because it says serial is bad. We want this. Okay. So let's see what it does before. There is a call for strcmp, and there is a test for eax. Okay. Test is simple AND operation, which will check. So consider AND eax. So if that is 0, which means if output of this is 0, which means that eax is empty. Okay. If eax is empty, it will jump to this. Let's just put breakpoints everywhere. We don't want it to take this. And this eax is set by this call of string compare. This is another Min32 API function. You can just Google every time. You don't need to remember everything. Which will set the value of eax to 0 if both string is same. String 1 and string 2, which will be compared. We have put the breakpoint here and F9 to run user. Check. Okay. Start. And see, execution is paused at this test. Okay, and yeah, let's execute this. Red says that it will move directly to this that, and we want to change this one. So it is now gray, which means it won't be executed. It won't be followed. And next instruction, which is push 40, and another several push, which means that this should be executed. That's 9. It worked. So another thing I wanted to show, you can just copy the modifications you have made to another exe. So like a patch, you can save file. Okay. Yeah, actually, I made a mistake over here that we set the breakpoint. Okay, breakpoints cannot be saved in another file. We need to change that. It will make sense in a minute. Here we modified zero instruction, zero flag. So this instruction won't be executed. Okay. Instead, we can do one thing. We can just delete this. Okay, and space to assemble at this address, and no. As we seen before, what knob does, it just simply won't execute anything. Okay. And remove the breakpoints. F9 to run. Okay. Work. Now for the patching, copy text into all modifications, copy all, save file. Okay, it worked. Yeah, so that's it. Uh, and anyone have any questions for me?
Wait, let me check the YouTube.
Okay.
I guess there are no questions, Malav. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So next up is Swar Shah on Bobsuit 101. Swar is a student and again an active contributor to Null Ahmedabad. He has previously presented at many events of Null Ahmedabad. His area of interest are web hacking and red teaming. So let's hear it from Swar. Swar, whenever you are ready. Ye- Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you, Swar.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Today, we will be going through a short journey with Pub Suite. Wait a second. Okay. So, I think much of you may be familiar with the Pub Suite. So, let's start. So, the agenda for today would be about Pub Suite. We will be going through what is Pub Suite, why we should use Pub Suite, the installation procedure, configuring web browser with proxy for Bob. Then we will be exploring the tools provided by the Bob suite and a much briefing about the Bob suite tools and a hands-on. So let's start. So what is Bob suite? Bob suite is a collection of tools to carry out penetration testing or security auditing. It is developed by the company named Portswigger. It is Java based executable, so that's why it's a cross platform. It can be used in any platform. It's not dependent on any Ubuntu or Linux, or we can use in Windows also. It gives us a lot of flexibility to do some very interesting things. It provides a great combination of tools that allow automated and manual workflows to test, assess and attack the web applications of all shapes and size. So with some application we can become extremely comfortable and skilled at using various powerful tools that are offered by PubSuite. So there are three editions of Burp Suite. They are community, professional, and enterprise. If you are a newbie or you are starting with the infosec community, so I would recommend you start using community version, as you can have a good hands on with the tools provided. And if you are pro or in a professional culture in the infosec community, then it's worth spending the $399. So in the enterprise version, it's with about command line integration, unlimited scalability. So it's worth if you are owning a company or running a company. So why we should use Burp Suite? There are many softwares available, then why only Burp Suite is recommended? Its various tools and features work effectively and seamlessly in any environment for penetration testing. This scanner allows you to club both manual and automated techniques, allowing in-depth penetration and analysis. All the scanners are connected and keep the information flow going from one to another, thereby allowing exchange of information to develop remedies. All the tools which are provided in the Burp Suite are interconnected, and you can easily share the information or the request which you have intercepted from one tool to another. You don't have to add on any add-ons for doing that task. It allows you to route and forward the traffic on web application through internet, so that each and every request can be manipulated. It can be used as a basic HTTP proxy to intercept traffic for analysis and playback. A web application security scanner, a tool to perform automated attacks against a web application. So let us start. Before going on Burp Suite, we need to get a bit knowledge about what is web proxy. In computer network, a proxy is a system or application that acts as an intermediary for requests from clients seeking resources from other servers. It sits between your browsers and web application you want to test and capture all the HTTP requests. Take an example. If on our web browser we are accessing the example.com website, so the proxy would be working as we would be going through accessing the internet. So the proxy would just intercept the request and forward it to the internet. The internet would give the response to the proxy, and proxy would send it to our web browser. It will be working in a man in the middle proxy manner. So while using the browser, I would recommend you use Firefox. Firefox has its own proxy settings. Most of the browser require you to set system-wide proxy setting, which is huge pain for a multi-tool reasons. So I would recommend you using Firefox browser. So let us start with the installation procedure and configure our browser. So let us go to Portugal website. So here you can get the community version for free. It doesn't require any payment or so for downloading the latest version. Here we are having an option on which platform we want. It's Windows, Mac OS, or we can get an executable jar file also. So let us select the Linux base, as I have an Ubuntu. Okay, so let's download it. Okay, so I already have installed Burp in my it won't take any much long time for installation and setting it up. It's a .sh for bash file, so you just have to give it executable rights and start installing as a normal bash script. So in Burp Suite community version, you would be not able to save the ongoing project. In professional, you can save it, as we are just in the learning process, so we can take the temporary project and move on. So load it with default Burp configurations. So like other softwares, burp also has its own dashboard provided. Here you can find the task running on the current task. So we need to set up the proxy for our browser first. So let us see the proxy is intercepting on the local host at 8080 port. So let us move on to the browser settings. There are two ways I would recommend you set your proxy for the Firefox browser. It's by the default way by using the manual configuration, or you can set using an add-on called Firefox Foxy Proxy. Sorry, you can add with the Foxy Proxy add-on. So you can use the system proxy settings, then move on to just to add the add-on with the Foxy Proxy. Go to options, then you can set on the proxy of your own. I have already set it up. Yeah, so you can add the proxy of 127 local host on the port 8080. So save it, and okay, so let us check if our proxy has been set up properly or not. Turn on the proxy. Let us go on. Yeah, I think we were able to intercept. Yes. So yeah, the proxy has been successfully set up on the browser. Now let's have a look at the burp suite tools provided by. So the common tools which are present in burp suite are the target tab. The target tab, which allows you to see a tree view of all the domains and path you viewed, also specify the scope of your testing. So here we have a sitemap and a scope. The sitemap works, it would be giving you a whole style divisions of the website. It will be seeing further on hands-on. The scope provides you a functionality where you can, if you are working on multiple projects and you want to intercept only a single website right now, so you can set your scope for the working as many from web application background may be familiar with the word scope. So the proxy tab, yeah, we saw the proxy tab. So the proxy tab, it contains 4 modules. It is a listed order view of all the traffic that is gone on your browser. It intercepts the request. The interceptor, it allows you to view and manipulate web requests as they are in the flight. We can, if as we saw earlier, that the web browser makes a request and proxy intercepts the request. Before going it to the main server, we will be intercepting the request and can manipulate it. The HTTP history, it allows you to show all the requests that proxy has seen from your browser. So the next is WebSocket history. It allows you to show messages sent over WebSockets. The next comes the intruder. It's the most it is used for brute forcing any parameter, or it allows you to view and manipulate web requests. So let us start with the in intruder. There is the target tab where you can set your target, and then it's a position tab. While intercepting, if there is a SQLi vulnerability or you want to brute force any password at the login panel, so you can intercept the request and forward it to the intruder tab, and then at the positions tab you can set your position at the password space, and then use the common payload, common techniques like sniper, battering ram, pitchfork, and cluster bomb provided by burp suite. So what does sniper performs? It generates a single set of payloads, then tries them all on each position which you mark. This is usually the best route if you are not looking to find bugs and that require multiple parameters simultaneously to change. Battering ram, it is basically the same thing, but instead of trying them separately, it just puts each payloads in every position all at once. Each position will always have the same value that the other position have. Next comes the pitchfork. It takes a payload set for each parameter and iterates over all of them at once you can think like this, like a spreadsheet where each column is a position, and each row contains a payload for each of this position, and it just walk down those rows. What is a cluster bomb? We can, as the word suggests itself, the cluster bomb is spraying or uh, in a huge number of huge number of, we can say, as values. Yeah, this generates a payload set for each parameter and independently iterates over all of those per position. If you have a tiny number of payload and positions, then only you use it, as it generates huge amount of requests, and even the time taken is exponentially with the number of position. Then comes the repeater tab. If we are working in a penetration testing, the repeater tab will be coming across multiple times, and it would be the most favorite, as it allows you to intercept the request, and then it allows you to manipulate the request much number of times without intercepting it all each and every time, and execute your we can say request the request which you are, or the changes which you are making at the request each and every time, you can perform there in the repeater tab. So what is a sequencer? It allows you to capture or load a set of tokens and assess them for flaws in various ways. The decoder tab is a tab where you can, which have a functionality of common decoding techniques like base64, ASCII, hex, or URL encoding. And then comes the comparer. The comparer tab is mainly used for comparing any changes. If you are using any vulnerability, and if you don't know, like if there is a content length difference, or there is any difference in bytes or words, you can use the comparer tab. The extender tab is used for adding any Bobsuit plugins or any add-ons on the tabs if you want, as Bobsuit provides a BAP store on it. So extender tab works in that. There are 18 payload types given in Bob. Some of them really interesting ones. There are like extension generated, ECB block shuffler, character frobber, and null payloads. So let's move on for the hands-on on Bobsuit. Okay, so let us, so these are the default as the intercept is on, it would be intercepting the request, yeah, by default. Okay, so let us move on to the target tab. So yeah, as said earlier, the sitemap tab gives you the functionality to it gives a website in a tree order view. So as you can see, if there is if let's take an example of Google Play Store. So earlier, so yes, the website is showing in a tree-way manner with the log with the gear like symbol. It is like there is any functionality going on currently. Then let's go on. Wait a second, let me intercept my, I have set up a OAuth juice shop for it. So we would be working on juice shop today, intercepting few requests of it. So yeah, it has intercepted. Okay, so if we don't want the rest of the website, so we can just add to scope the website we are working on, and yeah, always take in future. Okay, so as you saw, as we added the website in the scope, it is getting reflected. Then we have a filter option here provided by Bobsuit, where we can view only the request which we want in the scope. Okay, so we have a clear view of the website which we want to see. So yeah, let's go in the sitemap menu, click for as deeper as you can see. If the page with the quantities we have not visited, or it's just a web page which the Bobsuit has intercepted and gone through it, we can as it comes as a normal web page. The folders comes which has multiple API or any functionality or pages stored in it. Then let's go on the proxy menu. So the proxy has the intercept functionality, then the HTTP history. So the HTTP history also comes with a filter tab where you can view only the scope items. Okay, so yes, we can see. Then as here we can we can order the request according to the number. Okay, then the proxy comes with a options tab where you can customize your intercepting request, response, or response modification, or match and replace. The most important or having a look about the proxy tab is the response modification and match and replace, which these settings are used to automatically replace the parts of the request and response passing through the proxy. Yeah, I would be answering the questions at the end of the session, so kindly hold up. So after going through the proxy tab, then comes the intruder. Here we have a option by putting the target, or we can just load at the positions tab. So as I said earlier, we would be intercepting a request, and we would be setting a position for it, and then we would be brute forcing it with a customized tx brute forcing the email tab. Then the payloads option gives us there are some default payloads provided by the Burp Suite in the pro version. Here you can set a simple list and load file from your own. You can give a custom. Then your payload you can automatically URL encode the payload. Then comes the option tab where you can, in community version, the number of throttle threads is defaultly set by 1, and if you are using a pro version, you would be having an option by setting your throttle to the amount of values you can brute force at a single time. Then you can grab the match if you are knowing that there's a forgot password. If you know that the login panel prompts you incorrect login at sending a false credentials, so you can tell the Burp Suite that don't grab the match of successful login. So okay, then we will be going at the repeater. The repeater tab is having you would be having a two-way bifurcation. Like here you would be keeping your request, and you can see the response. Then comes the decoder tab. The decoder tab gives you, as we talked earlier, gives you space to encode or decode any amount of data. Okay, so let's start with the juice shop. So wait a second. Jamin bhai, I need to unscreen the screen as. Okay, yeah, I got it. Actually, the thing was overlapping the juice shop, the login. Okay. So the intercept is on. So let's intercept the. Okay, so first we need to set. Yeah. So only the target scope. The target in the scope would be intercepted. Okay, so here we have a login panel. So let us log in with as admin and intercept the request. Okay, so we have successfully intercepted the request, and let's take it to the repeater tab. You can right click on the tab and click send to repeater, or you can simply click Ctrl plus R. Okay, so we can here send the forward the request to the web page, and see we have a prompt on invalid email or password. So let us move on to the repeater tab. As I said earlier, repeater tab would be storing the request, and see we can here perform multiple times invalid, or we can try logging as administrator, and so here the request does not gets end. Okay, so let's take the request to intruder by right clicking it, send to intruder, or we can just click Ctrl plus I. So by default Burp Suite would be giving you setting the positions for the as it takes for brute forcing any data. So let us set our customized positions. Let's add it. Okay, so we can add the position at email. So we would be brute forcing the admin's email by customize. I have downloaded a checklist in which there's a SQL injection payload having multiple SQLi techniques and payloads in it. So let us load it. Okay, so yes, you can here add your own data also, or remove it. Just untext the box of URL encode characters, and let's start the attack. Okay, so the intruder attack tab would be giving us the status code of the website. Let us have a view at this. See, it would be having different status code for each correct login and false login too. Invalid, we can check unexpected token. So we can bifurcate by the content length of it also. Let's check for the content length. So we would be here looking for the 200 request, as it would be giving us the login with the credentials. So it would be executing one by one each payload. Yeah, so after a few amount of time of waiting, we got 200 status code. Yeah, we are getting much more. Yes, so let us end it, and we can copy as a curl command if we can execute from the terminal. So we got to know that so let us end it. Okay, so we were successful in attacking the login prompt. So okay, so this was the SQL. Let us try it at the repeater tab. Okay, so it shows that even if we are executing in the repeater tab, the same request got executed at the web page also. So you have successfully solved the challenge. So OWASP Pro Juice Shop is a platform where you can test multiple OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, and it gives you the chance. It's a learning box where you can perform multiple vulnerability tests. So let's log in. Okay. So wait a second. Okay. So I have yeah, is there any questions? Okay, so firstly, if you are want to get much more into Burp Suite, yeah, I would recommend you a Burp Suite Essentials book by Akash Mahajan sir, and there are my YouTube link which I have attached in my in the PPT itself. So I am a final year student at Parul University, Null Ahmedabad volunteer, and author at the Bug Bounty Write Up and Medium. So is there any questions? Hello?
Yes, sir. There is a question in YouTube chat.
Yeah.
It says, how does Bob intercepts the HTTPS? Because HTTPS is encrypted.
Yeah. Sorry. I just. Okay. So if you want to intercept the HTTPS request or web page, you can you can set up a SSL certificate. Actually, I had set up earlier, so I just okay. Yeah, you can generate a CA certificate from here. As I have already set up in my browser, it will be giving me the confirmation it will take. So you can set up a certificate here and then move on to your browser. At the certificate in certificate tab, you can import the certificate from yourself, the generated certificate by the Bob. You can add it here and import, and it would set an SSL certificate of the web page. Yeah. Any more?
Yeah, we have a couple of more questions. Dheeraj is asking how to intercept non-HTTP traffic in Bob. If possible, please explain.
Okay, the non-HTTP. So if it's not SSL, we have intercepted a non-HTTP request here. It's I'm running on my local host, so it's a not HTTPS request.
No, he's asking that whether the request is not HTTP or HTTPS running on any other protocol. Is there a way?
Any other protocol like on the local host or any other? Yes, you can intercept the request. Actually, I cannot get the question properly.
So the request is not HTTP
Okay.
and running on any other protocol other than
Any
HTTP.
TCP or
He's asking. Yes, exactly.
any FTP protocol. Yeah.
Anything other than.
Yes, you can intercept it. You have to set up proxy on your web browser, and you can intercept it as you. Yes. Wait a second.
So, Dheeraj, to answer the question, there is a BERT non-HTTP extension which you need to set up. So I'm dropping that in chat. If Swar can show us that. Using this extension, you can intercept the traffic.
Yeah.
So I'll drop that in YouTube chat too for the reference. We have a last question from Balram.
Yes.
It
The
says, can we avoid Chrome and Firefox static request in Interceptor?
static request static request like the default request. Hello. Jaimin bhai, am I audible?
Yeah, like which are not actually getting some data from dynamics like CSS or HTML file. The
Uh,
static. Is there a
yes.
way?
If you are if you are testing on a particular scope, then by adding the website to a particular scope, you can uh, you would not be able. You can avoid the Chrome Firefox static request in Interceptor. Did it satisfy the question? Hello.
There'll be some delay. Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so I would request Swar to just drop in the YouTube chat and you can answer the questions there.
Yeah.
We won't hold you so much. Thank you, Swar.
Hello. So there's a question by Hectrick. How does it
No,
get to?
I want you to answer those questions in the chat because we are running out of time.
Okay. Okay.
Just answer the question in YouTube chat. That would be
Yes,
good.
sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have a quiz based on infosec. It is built by Kuldeep, Pooja, and Swar. So Kuldeep, Pooja, and Swar are volunteers and active contributor at Null Ahmedabad. I would request Kuldeep to share his screen and let us go through the quiz.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, Kuldeep.
Okay, so hey guys, I'm Kuldeep Pandey. I've been actively volunteering in Ahmedabad for almost like 2 years now. I'm a student. I'm doing my BTech right now, and I've also worked as a security analyst for almost a year. And every month we come up with a infosec quiz to share knowledge in like a challenging way. So this month, me, Pooja, and Swar have created this quiz. So let's get started.
everyone just go to this link and enter the game code, which is this one. I'll drop this in YouTube chat. So 2 people have come. Everyone, please open this URL and enter this game code to join.
Just keep yourself on this window so people can type for a while.
Yeah, sure. Should we get started?
Just a minute. Is there a limit for 25 people?
I don't think so.
People are reporting that there are limit of 25 people. It has exceeded.
They didn't pass, but we didn't face any problem like this. I think they have changed the policy.
If you can quickly check to increase the limit, or even if we have a new ID, it would be fine.
No, I don't think we can increase this number.
No problem. Then we'll have to go with this one. I guess we can start now.
Yeah, so should we get started?
Yes.
Okay, let's. So I think we should stop now. So congratulations to Bhaskar, Devarma, and Binbash. And yeah, thanks a lot for playing this quiz, guys.
Congratulations, guys. Okay, so this brings us to the last event of today's meet. So we have a CTF created by Rohit Jadhav. So before we jump to that, I would like to introduce Rohit. He's a manager professional services at NetSquare Solutions. He manages a team of security analysts. His area of expertise varies from different kind of PAPT, and he also does some architecture review of large organizations. So I would request Rohit to share the details of CTF.
Uh, hello everyone. So this CTF, I will be sharing the URL for the CTF, and once you get this URL, we will initiate the CTF. But before we proceed, there is a short disclaimer that this CTF is hosted on an AWS instance, that is a cloud instance. So brute forcing or directory buster or running any exploits won't work. Instead, your IP will be blocked and the CTF will be over at that time itself, because as per the AWS security, any IP which will run exploit or have some brute forcing enabled, like password brute forcing or the directory brute forcing, so that IP will be blocked. Okay. So yes. So Jaimin,
Yes, Rohit.
yeah. So where should I start?
We can just open the CTFD here
Okay.
so they can see the IP address. So the IP address is 67.205.168.144. You will see a CTFD panel. Just register yourself and the CTF will begin. We have a 1 hour time to solve this. Once we are done, Rohit is going to present the solution for the CTF. So it's live now. Now you can register.
So the theme of this CTF is the Sacred Games web series. So once you get to the site, you will get to know about the details, and you can start with the CTF. I hope everybody is seeing the Slido screen. So on the Slido screen, we'll be sharing you the hints for the CTF. So the hints will be shared for every 15 minutes. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So first of all, congratulations for the winner. That is some dang boy Kuldeep.
Kuldeep. Yeah.
So he has got the route. So CTF has been stopped, and we will go through the walkthrough or the solution of the CTF. Okay. Hello. Hello. Yes. So first of all, congratulations for the winner. That is some dang boy Kuldeep. So he has got the route. So
Rohit bro, YouTube no echo આવે.
now is it correct?
Yes, fine now.
So let's go to the walkthrough. Now, when you actually go to the site, then you actually have a understanding that what is your role in this CTF. The CTF is entirely based on the theme of uh, sacred games. So your role is to being the Sartaj Singh, that is the police officer who is actually investigating the uh, Ganesh Gaitonde's whereabouts. Observing the pages on the side, you get clues to get into the machine. So when you go to the contact page, you will get the message Gopal Math में रहता हूँ, मरने से पहले आपसे मिलना है. So you have got the idea that you have to go to the Gopal Math. When you do enumeration, obviously you will find only two ports open, that is 22 and port 80. On the port 80, when you scan for the with the help of WP scan, you will see that there is a reflex gallery plugin enabled on the WordPress site. Upon opening the plugin, that is reflex gallery, when you go on the search exploit, you will see that it is vulnerable to arbitrary file upload. Creating an exploit and uploading a reverse shell or some command injection PHP file. Running the exploit.html or the PHP shell, which is just a one-liner command to execute uh, commands through the PHP. Once you upload the shell, you can see that you can execute command on the server. Now comes the main part, that is gaining the reverse shell, that is get to Gopal node. Exploitation. We will be using ngrok for this purpose. Obviously, if you want to take shell via the internet, so if you have a VPS, then it's very good. If you don't, then you can use any such tool such as ngrok. So once you get to the ngrok, you can create, you can actually port forward your internet based, or you can actually go for the local host exposure of the over the internet. Gaining the reverse shell. Once you have the command injection, you can obviously go for reverse shell using the pentest monkey reverse shell cheat sheet. When you go to the home of Ganesh Gaitonde, that is the Gopal Math, so you will find the first flag over here. Now every flag had its own clue. Okay, so here the next thing what the flag says is that you have to find Trivedi. So going to the Trivedi, how to find Trivedi? So when you actually, there is a reference from the series. So in Gopal Mutt, the Trivedi is also there at the same place where the Ganesh Gaitonde was. So when you go for the, when you deep dive into Gopal Mutt, you will find there is a folder called basement, and in basement there is Trivedi. From there you will get the SSH key for Trivedi. Using SSH to gain access to the server. Now, once you have access to the server, you have home for the Trivedi. Now, from here, you have to just enumerate the entire file system to gain access or to identify where Trivedi has access to on which files. So, when you run the command find slash, it means the root -user Trivedi. It means that you are scanning or looking for the entire file system in which the user Trivedi has access to. So there is one folder in var, and it has two files, that is yayati.txt and the ashram.jpg. When you go for the yayati.txt, that is the second flag, you will see that the next thing you have to go is to find Batya, that is the third user. Now there is a hint that you have to go to ashram, and there was also a file named ashram in that same folder. Now you copy that file to your home, means your attacking machine, and when you open it, you will see that it's the image is of a Rosette Hotel, New Delhi. Now again, taking a clue from the web series, this is the hotel where the entire what do you say, the ashram was shoot at. So using this take height tool, obviously you will get the password. Obviously the address was about the Rosette Hotel, so the password was the same. You will get access to Bhatia users password. Now comes the main part. Accessing Bhatya's home, you will see that she has access to a file named Matsya. Over there you will have the first thing that comes under the is that you have to find the Bhatya has the access to Guruji user. Okay. So the last line, if you see, it's Guruji tak pahunchne ki chabi. It means that Bhatya is hiding something which can lead us to Guruji user. Obviously, when under Linux, when you are using anything, there is a history behind it. So there is bash history. When you check bash history, you will find command of su Guruji. It means that Bhatya can switch to user Guruji along with the password. So once you switch into Guruji, there is another file over there named Kal Granth. So here you get the hint that Guruji, from the last line, that is Guruji hi sarvashaktishali eklauta Bhagwan hai. So in the world of Unix, when you say sarvashaktishali Bhagwan, you know the root is God. So it means that Guruji has powers to root access. So the first command to check what root access or what commands the user can have over the root, it's sudo -l. So here you can see that Guruji can run man command with sudo permissions. The post exploitation, that is the privilege escalation part. In this privilege escalation, we will get help from GTFO bins. It's a very cool site in which there are shell escapes, privilege escalation commands for all the binaries we have in the Linux. So when you open sudo, when you open man command using sudo, you can directly escalate your privileges using the this command !bin/sh. Getting into root. So here it's a cool reference to the character Bunty. So when you have the root flag, so there is chhatri.txt flag file. When you open it, you will have the third or the last root flag. So that's the presentation. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Thank you. Ham Brahmasmi.
All of them really enjoyed. I'm getting a lot of feedbacks. Thank you so much, Rohit, for doing this. We know the amount of effort is needed to build something like this. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are at the end of today's meet. I would like to thank all the speakers and volunteers for being there to make the event successful. Uh, all of us, you can follow us on Twitter and Facebook. We go by the name Null Ahmedabad. Just search and you'll have the accounts. So let's conclude here. Thank you so much. Have a safe weekend. Stay safe, stay home. Bye bye.